So, today I'm gonna be doing more miscellaneous things. Yesterday I was just doing miscellaneous things and was doing a lot of crafting. Yesterday I was able to get a lot of stuff made. I made a bunch of these EV motors, which are kind of hard to get. I made a handful of these holes. I made a bunch of these hermetic casings to make a ton of fluid tanks because I'm gonna start inputting all my chemicals that I'm making for nitrobenzene that are in excess into my actual base to use. But I don't have LV circuits, which I need, so that's one thing I'm going to be crafting today. There's a ton of these. So let me get that set up. Um, I maybe could do this recipe now. This recipe would just save me a ton of resources, because this is really annoying to make LV circuits. I need a circuit assembler that's EV though. The only thing I don't have available, well, I just need to get radon for that. I could make the platinum. Let me look if this is a good idea or not first. So, I need 2 workstations. Um, I'm probably good on the copper wire. Those are just frames, right? I don't even remember. I was just staring at the recipe. I should have saved it. Yeah, it's just frames. I'll just craft it here real quick. So I just heard a really big explosion. Uh, I don't think anything blew up. Okay. Well, that scared me. Those are Electrum, bro. Dude, I really thought that they were... I checked everything, didn't I? It could have been the steam boiler, and I just didn't. No. I guess that was just a creeper explosion. That really scared me. Okay. Anyway, so I think that's to make MV circuits that will work. Guess I can go ahead and just keep making them for now. For this moment until I get this next circuit, so. Okay. Alright. So, next, I need radon, which I get from an electrolyzer, from putting this dust into it. So honestly, I could set up a thing for it. I will. Why not? It takes so long, I don't see how this barrel would ever get full. So I'll just do that, and then I need just a HV. I make more turbines. That'll be useful. HV cable. I'll just use bronze pipes. I'll take potent in case I run out. Then I wanna. Oh, I'm not really getting an output. What do I want to do with that? I can put it in just a high voltage fluid tank. Sure. So right next to this box, that's where I'll put it. Just do it here. My wrench is getting kind of low. And wow, this is all benzene over here. Oh, there's some nitro. It's all benzene except a little bit. Oh, because I just sucked it all out, that's why. Okay, anyway. I just put it in. South, I'll just say insert if you're this. On light blue. I'll just take it out from there for now. And then I'll just output it directly into that tank. Now that should be fine. The only thing is, does that work? Yeah. Alright. Well, it's gonna be a little bit, but I'll get the rate on. Okay. Do I have everything else? I actually think I do. Robot arm, and then it's just the sensor I don't have made. There we go. I just need this now. Okay, yeah, it is EV. I was got scared for a second. I need 4 platinum rods, which I have 7 ingots, so there's my rods I need. And here's some capacitors, oh my goodness. Do I have an HV chemical bath? I know I do. It's probably just an actual machine. There's an advanced one. Yeah, actually, then I don't think I have one. Okay. Oh, you got a lot of stuff that I don't have, actually. Or just this, I guess, I don't have. I have the screws, I have the rotors. I have the motors, I have the pipe, actually. Okay, I have everything. I just need a wrench and a screwdriver. like so. Okay, so with that and those, I need 2 glass, a wire, and 2 HV circuits. You know what I miss is having a quest for all these machines. They used to be, man, LV every single machine, which makes sense, you would have to. And then MV mostly is kinda. With this, man, it's only the absolutely necessary things. And, like, I'm sure you probably need this, and it's a mandatory quest, so, like, yeah. There we go. And then in this case, I think I'll just throw it over here for now. Sure. I just need an Ender Eye and the Radon. And I'll just get, hopefully it's just 1 cell. Is it done? No. Or this won't come out evenly at all then. Oh, how many do I need for the quest? Because I only need 1. I need it. Oh, it is 1,000? Do I even have enough? I do. It just comes out 144, but then the cells are 1,000. Okay. I also just need 2 AV circuits and 2 aluminum cables. Which I think it's pretty obvious by now. I need aluminum more than anything. I do want steel dust to make like black bronze and miscellaneous stuff. So I'm gonna turn all those ingots into dust. Okay, so now the last thing I need for the circuit assembler that I need is 1,000 of this, so this just needs to run twice. So I need to wait like another 2 minutes. That's it. I also got the aluminum going because I'm out. So, yeah, that's my reason. I don't have any. This is pretty crazy, but you can just get infinite radon here. You just need air. All that takes a long time, actually. But you just need air. And then the uranium gets eaten, but with plutonium, you just resmelt it. So you just use tiny piles of uranium. I don't think it's worth it for me. I'll just do what I'm doing. And I don't think I need that much anyway right now. Oh, there's a quest. The quest is also for an emit or a sensor. So I need one more platinum rod then. I'll do that so that I get the loot bags and stuff. I like opening up the loot bags. Okay, I got all the platinum rods I'll need. Why isn't this running? Is that not the recipe? I guess it isn't. That's okay though. I'll just... Oh, I need to make those special chips. I need a yellow garnet lens, or an air lens. I actually have one. There you go. That should give me a pretty good amount of them, so. Okay, I don't need this one platinum rod. I need 4 titanium plates. And another EV circuit. An empty cell, and I'm sure this is done by now. Yep. Awesome. Do I get a quest for that, or no? I will if I get more of it, but I'm not even gonna have enough to. There we go, we're making, I don't even know what we're making. Quantum eyes. The improved ender eye. Wow. Okay. Once those are done, I can make a ton of stuff. So the problem is now, the whole reason I'm doing all this is to mass craft these tiny circuits for extraordinarily cheap. The issue is it uses a lot of electricity, which means I would need to be putting in 2 HV. 2 amps of HV. So I could just add one down there, or something like that. This says it handles 4 amps. So I don't think there's any problem as long as the cable in here is good. I'll need another HV to EV though. Transformer to get that power up. Yeah, this is what I need. Do I have these? I only have 2. 2's enough. And then I got 4 gold here, and then I'm sure it's just the aluminum and then the HV hole. And there we go. Okay, so I'll put in 2 amps of HV and then I'll transform it actually inside just so I don't have to change the setup that much right now. This doesn't create pollution, so it's not a problem. I don't know why that would create pollution. Um, oh, the quantumizer down there we go. There's one quest. And then here's the next quest. After I make that, oh, I don't remember this recipe. Oh, there we go. Saved it. And then there's another quest. And then I'll put the emitter in right here. And there's another quest. Wow, 3 back-to-back quests like that. That's crazy. And now I could actually move ahead with making all the circuits I need to get to Mars, which is pretty crazy. I wonder if this line's better. Oh, I should probably like upgrade to this. That'll be really easy circuits probably if I had this automated. Um, actually looking at it, I don't know if this is necessarily that much easier or better. I feel like it would be easier getting these nano assemblies, which are EV circuits. Nano supercomputer. I need 8 of these circuits. Okay, so for now I can just throw those in here. The quantum eye is really weird to look at. Just sitting in here like that. I'm not used to seeing something purple and something that big. This is definitely not the right thing. Oh my god. I'm making completely the wrong thing. Man, what? I thought I needed that. I need these system on a chip, these SoC ones. And it says you use yellow garnet. Oh, I need NASDAQ doped wafers. So can I literally just not get it? The only way to get system on a chip is from the wafers, and the only way to get the wafers is NASDAQ doped Europum or Americium, which is obviously way out of my league. Okay, so NASDAQ doped is from an enormous amount of solar grade, which I actually have. Gallium arsenide crystals, which I have, of course. Could I even run this? I couldn't even run this. Well, then I'm wasting my time. Okay. And I made a ton of pointless. Actually, it's not that pointless because I can use those to step up to Ivy power. Yeah, that's what's used in the HV energy hatches, which actually I have a lot of, so I don't need that. Okay, well. I still wasted my time then, pretty much. I don't know why this isn't running. Is it just from I don't have enough of those, actually? Well, that doesn't make sense, because there's a lot in there. Oh, that shouldn't be in there. That's the problem. That should be a transistor. There we go, it's running. Okay. So now I'm making MV circuits again, which is good. For now. Well then, I kind of made this for no reason right now. I don't need to worry about that. But I'll have it ready to go when I do need it, so. There we go. So I completed 3 quests, let's get the rewards. These circuit boards are basically useless, they're essentially free. Titanium's not that good. I'll take the loot bag. For this one I get 4 radon cells. That's really good. Titanium and a loot bag all at once. Which, getting the radon there completes this quest. Which gets me another loot bag. And this quest gets me another loot bag. And this quest is now completed with that radon also, actually, which gets me another loot bag. Wow. Okay. 5 loot bags. I got a lot of radon cells. Can I use them for anything? I'm definitely not powering the EBF with it. For a quantum star, upgraded nether star. That's like the next tier of sensors and stuff. Well, I don't want to do that. To make quantum crystals. I don't know what a quantum crystal is. So I could make this just for the quest rewards. Transmission component? What the hell is that? What? Okay, that's insane too. I don't know what this thing does though. Yeah, I don't know. For this radon, I'll just go put it in the tank I have of it. There we go, we got 5,000. And a little bit more. Got aluminum finally coming in. What did I need it for? I needed it for something like now. I don't remember. It might have been just rods, possibly. For the motors. That's probably just what I'm thinking of. So I have a lot of copper nickel. And I have a lot of magnetic steel rods. And of course I have a lot of cable. So yeah, the only thing I'm low on is these aluminum ingots. And I would rather make a ton of those motors now because it's clogging up a lot of space and all those components. So I'll do that. Well, at least I completed a lot of quests over there. That's useful in the future, but for now, none of that's that important. I think the next actual really good thing is this epoxide. Because I need that for my circuits. I need it for the. What can I even do with this? Oh, you can use it for like power. I'm okay with that. I don't need that. Okay, so I think the next things to do is probably just starting to work on this platinum processing. Well, actually, no, this sucks. I forgot. The thing I need, the whole reason I did that whole side quest was to get, um, LV circuits. That's the whole reason I was doing that. These tiny things. But I just found out after I crafted everything I can't do the recipe, so I need to do this more expensive, annoying one. Because I need tanks really bad. So I need to switch this over real quick to doing that. Do I have all the things to do that? Actually, no, I think it's just you. Is that the only difference, is just changing this copper? Let me see how much oh, I also need these for applied energistics soon. Oh, well then I really want a lot of these. Okay, it's not crafting, so that's usually not good. I need transistor, CPU, copper, capacitor. Capacitor, transistor, CPU. That's everything, isn't it? Okay, let me highlight the recipe. Okay, it's in there. It's not. Oh, this is annealed. Oh, I just put in the wrong copper. There we go. But I do need more of those. Which I get from copper ingots on 3 in the wire mill. There we go. I'm gonna need more of these transistors pretty soon. Those are one of the more annoying things to craft with this. There we go, I'm getting a lot of these wires. Okay. I can just check that in a minute then. Okay, so that's gonna be for all the tanks. So that's that covered. I guess I can start setting up the actual line then, which I started doing yesterday. I'm gonna need inter IO circuits. I'm probably gonna use these pipes for everything. I can use tiny pipes for small things, like at the actual thing. I'm going to want barrels, so I'll take those. I'll take some item filters, because I'll need those. I'm going to need infinite water. And I'm out of thirsty tanks, so I need to get more thirsty tanks too. That's a whole different thing though. I'm not doing magic stuff right now. This is actually full of platinum. Wow. Oh, I just put too much in when I... Yesterday I threw a ton of platinum in to fill this up. I forgot I did that. I couldn't believe it was already full. Okay, so when the platinum goes in, it needs to have the aqua regia, which that is completely self-sustaining, and it's made through nitric acid and hydrochloric acid. And I'll do this recipe here. So the hydrochloric acid gets completely I completely get it back in this step. So this is from the centrifuge. So what I need to do is I need to have a ton of these item filters probably. So I'm going to say extract on red. For both of them I have to say the same thing. And then I'm going to say insert on red for this. As well as this I don't think needs anything actually for now. Or no, that's the chemical reactor, so yeah, you do. Then we'll put a filter here. So into the mixer needs to go hydrochloric acid cells, which comes straight out of these centrifuges. So I can say insert just that, okay. And then into this chemical reactor needs to go the nitrogen dioxide. Yep. I can just do that then, so, oh, oops. Okay. So then this is going to have water and oxygen going into it. And then you would fluid output up, which I've never had something, or no, that's not what I want at all. I probably don't want this recipe. Yeah, I don't want this recipe. I would want, oh, is there not one I want? Yeah, there's not one I want. They're all stupid. So I would do the one I have then. Oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, so yesterday I did 2 streams. I did one in the morning and one in the evening. I finished my chemical reactor and everything, of course. I've been watching it. Everything is stockpiling. I have distilled water, sulfuric acid, nitric acid. Everything's maxed out. As well as the benzene over here is going up. It's going to be maxed out. It's consistently going up. My wood's going up. My chemicals mid-process, like the hydrogen and the oxygen here and the nitrogen, they're all maxed out. So the only limiting thing now is my chemical plant, and everything's great. And I have a lot of fuel, so I have no fuel problems, so I'm pretty much done with the nitrobenzene. I'm done monitoring it and everything. Yesterday I just did a lot of crafting. So, like, I made a ton of these item conduits. I made a ton of the potent fluid pipes for the future. I also made like a lot of different machine parts, like the motors and pumps, and I didn't make those pumps, but I made these electric motors, and I made a ton of different EV parts and stuff. I made a ton of these hermetic casings. These are used for fluid tanks. I'm making the low voltage circuits right now. Or no, I'm not, because I ran out of the wire and I need to put more in. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna continue making these now. um, so today I'm just doing more crafting. Yeah, I should. And I think I finally figured out how to do it. I didn't know how to do it, and it didn't make sense because it says like maximum parallels, and I thought I had enough energy to be running 2 parallels, but I guess I don't. I guess I could do the math real quick because it says voltage out is 512 uh, EU, and they only have, no, they have 85% fuel efficiency, but that is the voltage out. And then I don't know why it isn't running 2 parallels. I don't know how to set it then, I guess. The only thing I can think of is just adding more turbines and another energy hatch. I just don't get it though. I have batch mode on. I don't know if that has to do with parallels. I feel like that would have to be on. And then it says maximum parallel 6. And it's set to always use max. So I don't know why it isn't running parallels. And I did have a problem that it wouldn't have been able to because it uses 10,000 of this distilled water. So I actually upgraded the hatch so that it could hold enough to run parallels. It only uses 1,000 here, only uses 5,000 of that. So there's enough storage to actually run parallels. I actually did try changing it to 2, and it just says locked. Oh, it's because I didn't have that set. Okay, I wonder if it will do it now. Let me see. I don't know if I will actually run 2 parallels anyway. It's not. It's not running them. Let me just wait for the next one too. They're all, yeah, they only lost 5,000. Yeah, it's still not. And it's only uses 480. These are outputting 512 volts each, so that should be more than double. And then this cable only loses 2 EUs. So yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Even if I could, I don't know if I would. I have more power than I need right now, and I don't want to, because this benzene actually did get low. I think if I had everything running, this would run out, and then it's possible that everything would lose power, and I would have to come reconfigure everything to get power. I would probably have to manually put in benzene and stuff. So I don't want that to happen. I would have to upgrade my distilleries actually first. If I was running 2 of these, I would need more distilleries, but or just have the nitrobenzene fueling this, which I could do. So yeah, I don't know why it's not running. I'm just gonna set it to maximum parallel, even though it's not doing anything. I don't know. Anyway, so I've just been crafting a lot. I've worked on my ore processing a little, a tiny bit. I haven't done that much. I just like added. This is for indium. I haven't done it yet though. I have the machines. I've crafted a lot of machines too, is one thing I've done. You can see actually, this is the last titanium I'm making actually. This is the last ingot of it. I'm out of the rutile dust. So this is all the titanium I can possibly get right now. Um, and then this is what I'm doing today is I'm setting up platinum. So I've heard that the platinum, like the plat line, is like making platinum, and it's really complicated, but in EV, it's not that bad. It's only in the next. So here I can show you the quest for the platinum that I'm doing today. This is the platinum quest here, which is kind of convoluted and it forms a circle because it's cyclical. But you get platinum out at the end. And then in IV, this is the platinum quests. All of this is just for platinum and just one thing, which is literally, I think that's more than a third of this entire page. So that's crazy. But for this, I just need these machines and then a few more I'll need. Yeah, so making circuits. So you have to have a clean room, which I hid actually under the base here. But otherwise it would look like this. It's this white room. And you could just have a door instead. I have an elevator. So basically this constantly uses power to keep it clean. If it runs out of power, then you have to like wait an hour for it to get clean again. Uh, and also if it has maintenance issues, you have to wait for it. And if it has maintenance issues, all the machines that produce things in here have a chance to void what they produce, which obviously is really bad. I'm not making circuits right now. I'm just because I'm low on a lot of things, so it just ran out again. But this is my circuit assembler here. You can see for like the recipe of these MV tier circuits that I'm like the recipe I use is this one right here. And you can see it says needs clean room, so I have to place this block in here to produce those circuits. And then similarly, they use central processing units, CPUs. These I have to get from cutting a wafer in a cutting machine, and that needs a clean room. Making the wafer needs a clean room, so these two machines need to be in here as well. Now this is just the recipe for the MV tier, but then for the HV circuits, where's the circuit assembler? Like, oh, right there. For the HV circuits, what recipe do I use? I use this one right here. It requires the MV circuits. It needs a clean room as well, so it has to be done in here. It just requires capacitors and small coils and RAM and fine alloy wires. Everything requires these plastic circuit boards, and then as you keep moving up, it requires 2 circuits of the previous tier. So, the components, I don't have any processing line for at all. None of them are automatic, except for a line I have over there I'll show in a second, but like these resistors, I just do this recipe here pretty much of electrum wires and carbon dust. And then polyethylene, it's pretty cheap and I could set this up to be automatic. I just haven't done it yet. I was going to do it over there and then I never got around to it because circuits haven't been a problem for me for a long time. And then, you know, the CPUs and stuff, you get so many from cutting these wafers that also is just never a problem and I've never automated it. And then capacitors, it's the same thing. Like I get so many when I do one crafting batch of doing these. It's just polyethylene, aluminum foil, polyethylene sheets, so just more polyethylene. It's just a lot of these are pretty easy. One thing that's annoying is the transistors, which is what I ran out of. I need to craft more of those. These require solar grade, silicon solar grade. I have that automated and I have a ton of it. But it just has to be put in the blast furnace, and I have more important things I have to do right now, so. And then 10 wire polyethylene. I need more of that, so I'm gonna mark it for now though. So all of those I just do on my own in these machines. The only thing I have automated, you can see in every single one, it requires plastic circuit board. And then same for like the HV and everything. So that's automated right here. If I put in salt and if I put in copper ingots, out this chest comes the boards. Right now I'm out of, I haven't stocked it because I have so many. But it would come out of this. So what happens in these machines is the copper ingots get bent into foil. Here, I'll put some in so you can actually see it. Let me go get some. So it's pretty fast, and I can just do this anyway, so I can get more parts. And I also have a lot of salt now. I didn't have a lot of salt. That's too much. Okay. I actually made a whole. Well, I'll say that in a second. So you put in copper ingots, they get bent into these foils right here. So in this step, it gets combined with polyethylene sheets and sulfuric acid to make plastic circuit boards. Those circuit boards just go into here with more copper foils and sodium persulfate. This is actually the final step right here, and then it will come out. This is just a fluid solidifier that turns my polyethylene that I'm making over there into sheets that go into here. There we go, it's finally running. So once that runs, it will just put some down here. So that's this half of it, is it just makes the circuit boards and then combines it with sodium persulfate. So this thing over here actually makes the sodium persulfate. The salt just gets combined with sulfuric acid, turned into sodium bisulfate and hydrochloric acid. The sodium bisulfate though gets turned into the sodium persulfate and hydrogen cells. The sodium persulfate again just goes to that final step to, and then there's my first circuit board out, which I need for every single circuit that I'm making right now. And then the hydrogen and the hydrochloric acid, which are byproducts of these steps, I just have going into these tanks. So I need to move them. But, yeah. That's the only thing I have automated. Over here, I have it half automated. I don't even remember now what this was supposed to automate. But yeah. My idea was this room would be the circuit room. And this was the plastic boards. And this one would be like the resistors or whatever. And then I could have transistors. And then I could have something else and something else and something else. And then they all output their materials into the clean room, straight into a circuit assembler, which makes it, and then puts it back out somewhere else. And the only reason that didn't happen is because I have so many circuits and it's not a problem anymore. I was thinking still like it would be like LV where like I was constantly running out of circuits and constantly needed to craft more, and it was just painful. But you know, now I have 2.5 stacks of MV just sitting in here, a whole stack of HV, and a fair amount of EV. And I won't need any EV machines for a while now, I think. So yeah, that's pretty much it with the circuits though. I was about to make those, but I forgot. I'm gonna make a few more motors. Should work on a battery next. Like for the whole base. Um, and there you go. I just made a whole stack of MV motors. So now I have 2 stacks. I don't know because right now I'm just putting nitrobenzene out throughout the base. That's actually still benzene, but if I do that, I would have to change my setup for every single machine unless I started transitioning over to it. I kind of just want to do that at the next base. Yeah, that's what I was looking at, the Lapotronic supercapacitor thing. I would do that. I think that's definitely like the next step, I feel like, in it'd be this gas turbine. I had looked at this like a ton. What's the I had looked at it like a ton because one of the things I did right before I started streaming was I was really considering what power to do. And I made all of these nuclear stuff because I was certain I was going to do nuclear and then just start powering batteries, but I haven't. Or I don't know if I will do this that soon, but I calculated how much the nitrobenzene's making right now, and this is assuming 100% fuel efficiency, but I'm getting 80,000 EU per tick. So if I'm running 80,000 EU per tick, I should exactly, like this number shouldn't go up or down. But that's 100% efficiency. So most of the worst turbines I have are 85% efficiency. So if I just multiply 80,000 by 0.85, I can't quite do that in my head. I could, but no thanks. It's 68,000. EU at 85% efficiency. And many of my turbines are better efficiency because the like MV turbine has a better efficiency and stuff. So the thing is that 68,000 is so far out of reach right now that I'm not worried about power at all. It's 20,000 EU per tick for AE2 to run. That's insane if that's true. But I would be able to run it. But yeah. It's actually that much though. I don't know about how AE2 works at all pretty much. That was one thing I was contemplating yesterday is I might want to start just setting up applied energistic stuff to understand how it works before I move to a new base. I think I'm going to be moving to a new base soon. Is that like the base rate for like it to run at like the lowest tier thing? Or is that just like the average, like low tier AE2 stuff? But anyways though, even if it was 20,000, I could still match it. Because, 68k EU per tick. This is using 1700. My titanium one isn't even running. It was running nonstop. It was using the same amount. When you start AE2, you'll produce... That's all I'll have left, is what you mean? Like AE2 will use 60,000 of it? I thought though roughly this uses maybe 10,000 if everything was running at once. I think that's a gross overestimate. But maybe all my ore processing uses 10,000. And then you could just say the rest of my base does too. 10,000. I did it wrong. I think I did it right, because nitrobenzene is 1.6. I'll do it again. So it's 1.6 million EU for one cell. So I'll say 1.66, or no, 1666000. So I have 1.6 million for one cell every, now I get 5 cells every 20 seconds. So I'm going to say 1.6 million times 5. So I get 8 million EU every 20 seconds. So I divide by 20. I get 400,000. Oh, I did do it wrong. How did I do it wrong? So I only have to get 20,000 per tick. That makes more sense. I guess it's not as good then. I really did it wrong. Have 8 million EU every 20 seconds. I probably had that 20 number wrong, I bet. I think I probably thought it was 5 or something. And then there's 20 ticks in a second. So I only get 20,000 EU per tick. Oh. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I misread what you said too. Okay. Okay, so I'm getting 20,000 EU. Okay, I misread what you said too and got all confused. And I did the math wrong the other day, so that was the other problem. So this I can do in my head, so at 85% efficiency, I'd be getting 17 EU per tick. Okay, so that's the actual numbers then. Yeah. So I'm actually getting 17,000 EU per tick. It's a little better than that because not everything is an HV. Most of my stuff actually isn't HV like this one's. Most it's advanced gas. But I'll just say it's that. So I don't see any way that all of this would be over 10,000 a second, even if everything was running. Literally every machine in here, which should never happen, really. And then the rest of my base, all similarly, like most of the time, none of these are running. Maybe I'm using 2,000 max over here. You know, this is rarely running. I'm not using that much, so I'm really happy with the energy right now, is what I mean though. I thought it was way better than it is. Oh, I'm so dumb. I did that wrong. I think what I did was I thought that the recipe was giving me 5,000 nitrobenzene every 5 seconds, because then this would have been off by a factor of 4, so then it would have been 80,000. I probably just did it wrong in my head and divided by 5 after multiplying by 5, so. Okay, anyway, so to answer your question, um, so about AE2, yesterday I was contemplating the whole time I was playing, like, AE2, so for my next base, I want AE2, obviously. So I was contemplating, do I want anything for this base, and I don't really think I will, but before I make the next base, I would want to know how it works, and I have no understanding how it works, pretty much. And I've read, like, the wiki page, and I don't really get it. So I think what I'll do is I'll make a small um, system and automate it of something using AE2, and then when I move to my next base, I'll use that knowledge to build it, because that's like the heart of the base. That's gonna, like, my main, this is my main room here, and my main room is gonna be designed off of AE2, and like I know you have the controller, so like that would be like directly below or directly above or something from where my base is. And then I want the crafting terminals all next to each other and everything. So I'm going to use it at my next base. I want to start using it here, and I'm at the point where I can experiment with it. So very soon I think I'm going to start just crafting a ton of it and then setting it up to see how it works. But I'm probably not going to use it here. I could see myself using it for my crafting needs, and that's it. And everything else would still be, like, my ore processing I wouldn't touch. And I wouldn't start transforming stuff like in here into AE2 instead of just these Ender IO conduits I'm using, because I actually like these a lot. So yeah, I'll start it soon though. Um, for now, I just want to do this platinum. I need this for, so my next immediate goal. I was also trying to figure out what is my next goal, because the big thing was just power, and I have that figured out. So my next goal is getting these TPV alloy coil blocks, because they reduce the time and they speed up EBF processes, basically. Or they reduce the EU per tick, I think. Um, but this would upgrade everything I have. This upgrades the chemical plant and everything, obviously. Um, so this is my next thing I want. PTFE. I do need PTFE, and I think I probably need it to before I could get this. But I'm just saying this is my next, like, big. Actually, I don't need PTFE before I could get this. All I need is platinum dust, titanium dust, and vanadium, which I have a ton of. And then I can just smelt this. And then with the insulator and nichrome, which I have, I would get these coil blocks. This would just be so helpful for everything. I think this is more important, and I don't need PTFE to craft anything in this line, so I think this is going to be the very first thing I do. And, oh, there is a problem. That's right, isn't there a problem? Or no, there's not. No. Oh, that's right, never mind. I got confused. Originally, I was thinking, because I saw this HSSG alloy, and the coil was HSSG. This is an IV assembler, though, and although I would be able to make the ingot clearly because there's a quest coming up. I would not be able to make this IV assembler. I looked at the recipe and I wouldn't be able to do all this. Yeah. Yeah, so I definitely want the TPF. Or TPV, I mean. Yeah. So, technically, I have all the materials to make all of this right now. The TPV alloy. Which is why I was so enticed to do it. The thing is, the platinum that I need, obviously. I have a ridiculous amount of platinum dust. Here I have 4,000. At least I think it's a ridiculous amount. I have 4,000 there, and then I have... Oh, only one more thousand. So I have like 5,000 total. And I could turn that all into like nuggets and stuff, and it would be really bad, but I can just do this line, and instead of getting like one... Because what is it? It's the recipe, the only thing I currently have available is... This is 36, or this is like 18 parts to 2. So it's 9 to 1 is my current recipe. And I believe that this makes it 4 to 2 with chances to get your stuff back. So it's kind of better. And you get side things. So I just want to do this so I'm not wasting platinum because I know that's kind of annoying to get. And I can just start automating this for the future when I actually need a ton of platinum. So this is my short-term goal, is doing this platinum line. The problem with the platinum line then is I actually understand it. It took me a long time to understand every step of it, but the problem is I need a lot of chemicals, and some of it's that ammonia that I just had to make for the nitric acid and for my nitrobenzene. But I don't have any kind of centralized fluid system for the base. I just kind of have everything sitting around everywhere. Like here I have hydrogen. And this is like an end place for hydrogen. It ends up here and then I can use it when I want it. Over here I have an end place for hydrogen where it's just sitting in a tank with no point. Over here I have an end place for hydrogen where it's just sitting in a tank. And then also in the nitrobenzene I kind of do because it's full. And then here I have hydrochloric acid just sitting in a tank. So I want to combine them all and make them close together, centralized, and distribute them throughout the base. So I'm thinking for the next base, I'll have it set up a good way so that that's good. But for this one, I'm kind of just going to dig a tunnel under and just go around a bunch of places. And I think that will be fine. For ammonia, you can get it. Let me find it. Yeah, I need it for this ammonium chloride. I combine that with hydrochloric acid, which I have a ton of. I have a decent amount of chloride. I get a lot of chloride back from the platinum processing, so I'm actually not using that much of it, probably. Hydrogen, I have a surplus of, so I don't mind. The ammonia, I have to actually make. I think you can make it from distilling fermented biomass, is the big thing. You only get a little bit. Um, and I could get it from, I think this is from, yeah, LG. Which honestly, I could do this algae multi-block to get that. That doesn't actually sound that bad, honestly. But considering how much energy this does use and how it takes kind of long. So I think the problem with this thing is I just don't get a lot. It takes very long to get fermented biomass, which I need a lot of. Um, oh, it is 1-to-1 with biomass. I didn't think it was. So if you have a fermenter, it's 1-to-1 with biomass. And you can get a lot of biomass from just stuff. It takes a little bit of time though. You can see over here, like for my polyethylene, I just have a chest full of saplings. My saplings go down into here where they get combined with water to make a ton of biomass. And then fermented biomass. Yeah, that's true. Do you think I should do this then for the fertilizer? I think the biggest problem is this step here of the, well, there's a couple problems. This is one of them. This step here, the brewery takes 40 seconds. So I would need a lot of these machines just because they only give 100 biomass. And to get the fermented, or not that step, but to actually getting the ammonia, I need 1,000. So the one recipe takes, so the starting recipe basically takes 40 seconds. And then it's like 12 seconds to turn it into fermented biomass. So basically it takes 40 seconds to make 100 of this. Which only takes 75 seconds, so I'll just need a ton of the starting machine. And then at the end, that only makes 100 ammonia. It can be slow for platinum. I was thinking that too, though. And if this is just running constantly, it doesn't matter that much. That's true. Um, and then I also get fertilizer, so. Let me see how much I use for platinum. I use 800 every 120 base rate seconds. And with the way I'm setting it up, I'm just going off. Because I did this all the other day, or yesterday. I'm gonna have 2 MV machines running this, so every 30, or I'll just say every 60 seconds, I get 36 of these, so this has to run 4 times every 30 seconds to keep up with it. It's just gonna be slow. I'll have a few of these though. So still though, like to keep up with this, I would need like six of these machines probably. Otherwise, this is what's slowing me down. I think I do probably want to just do that though. Well, I don't know. I have a surplus of ammonia here. See, if I had a centralized fluid thing, I would just have a place creating the ammonia, and then I wouldn't have this problem in the first place. And I haven't even mentioned the actual problem too, is um, with the biomass thing, and the reason I kind of didn't want to do it is because I have to do it through the brewery, unless there's a different way. This recipe is horrible. I can't imagine that's worth it. Or I don't even. How do you even get this? That's from like berries. That's horrible. So that's not worth it anyway. But I have to make it in this brewery, and they all require a brewing stand. Maybe this one doesn't, because it's the multi. It does too. Every single one of them does. Yeah, every single one of them does all the way to the end of the game. And how do I get these? I get it from Thaumcraft. I think I have blaze rods. Well, now it's not that bad actually because I upgraded my wand a lot. So maybe it's okay. So I would actually almost want to make an HV one of these and have quality machines over quantity, which usually I would just want quantity, um, because it uses less power. But these brewing stands, man, I don't have a lot of them just sitting around. So let me just look at making the HV machine then, I guess. I need a cauldron. I'll just make a few. Or, this is not Thaumcraft. And I know that there's a better recipe for, like, making this stuff, but I'm just lazy and I'm trying to save time. Okay. Oh, the blaze rod thing. Don't have any more. I'll steal this one then. Okay, so now I just need the Thaumcraft. Need Ordo. Need fire. Or this is the one that ran out. um, just need air and earth really bad. Air. I just need earth. Earth and light? What is light? Not air? And I'm out of fire. There we go. Okay, I made my brewing stands. I just want to do HV machines for these because you know, they're gonna take forever. And if I decide I want to upgrade to this, I need a lot of brewing stands, so I'd rather just make the best quality machines instead of a quantity like I usually would, and just do like MV. I'll do that, and then brewing stand. And why did that not finish? Oh. Okay. So in the brewery, I will combine these saplings with water, probably. So I can do fruit juice and I get more. So let me see what I can do with these apples. I can make plant balls actually. I can make apple juice. In the fluid extractor I get the fruit juice. So that's better. How many do I have of that? I have a lot of them. And how much do I need? I need 100 for each. So I need, and I get 200. I also get mulch. Which can just make more biomass. Looks like that's it. Yeah. I roughly have twice as many saplings as apples. I also use saplings for other things, so that's actually okay. So okay. And that is so quick, I only need one fluid extractor. So then after I get biomass, I can do a distillation tower for ethanol. There'd be no point, I would just do it. I mean, that's how I do polyethylene. Okay, anyway. After I get biomass, I ferment it. Is the best thing, I think. The only thing I can do. So it's 1-to-1 everywhere, it looks like. Okay. So I ferment it, and that's pretty quick. And then I can distill it to ammonia. Actually, I could do a distillery tower. Usually I would just get the ammonia. I get water, which is useless. I get the fertilizer, which is good. I get ethanol. Which is good. I get methane. There's nothing with nitrogen. There's a lot of hydrogen and oxygen in here. That could sustain my platinum. Or I could do this to get chemicals. Well, there isn't. Oh, well, it's ammonia. That has the nitrogen in it. Or that's the only thing I need nitrogen for, so. So never mind, I'm fine on nitrogen. Is it worth doing this? It's faster, also. Let me see how much this... Well, how tall would this have to be? So these have 5 outputs and it's 6 blocks tall. You have 7, so you'd be 8 blocks tall of stainless steel. Which I don't have enough for. I would no, I do not have enough for that. I think I'll just do the... I think I'll just do the distillery recipe then. Okay, so in this step I need fermenters. So... Here I get 150 and it takes forever. So for this I can just use MV or whatever, and just 1. Oops. Damn it. Okay, I do have a fluid extractor just sitting in here. I don't have any of these sitting around, so I'll craft 1. Yeah. And then it will take a while to get 1,000. So I just need 1. So I have these 2 MV machines, as well as 1 fermenter I need to craft. There we go. And that is enough. I don't even need a fluid canner or anything else, so I'll just have those. And then I'll use my last turbine. This. My cables are in here. On HV. So because of the way my base is laid out, this is actually pretty close to the chest with all of the saplings and everything. You can see that this claimed, or just open on this map. You can see here's my farm, here's my second oak farm. So I can, and the chests are about here, so I can just have the chest, or the Ender IO come in like so. Then on that same Ender IO conduit, I'll have it back out into a chest, and then supply that fertilizer to both of those. I'm going to be getting so little fertilizer that it doesn't really matter though, but well, maybe I'll just stockpile it then. Probably. That might be a better idea for now. Just for now. So to start, I'll do this, and I'm gonna be under it actually doing this. And in the wall. These need to move. I can go there. There we go. So we'll say that, and then we'll have this extract on magenta. And the extract on light blue. Now with the way that this is lined up, that works great. Wow, look how much wood I'm getting. The Ender IO can't even keep up. Wow. Okay, magenta is my saplings. Man, I kind of want to have a way through right here. It's annoying running through here and then I don't have an actual path once I get down here. The heck? Now, hang on a second. I'll just have it right here. So I'm gonna insert on magenta here, and then insert on light blue here. There we go. Next, these have to be extracted. Wow, it is so nice doing a little easy thing like this. These have to be brewed. Why would that not work? What? Oh, this is an extractor. Well, that would be why. Also, how much energy does this use? Oh, barely any, so I can just supply one turbo. Yeah, but I don't have one turbo, so. I could unironically. Oh, I would need another transformer. Anyway. I don't want the extractor, I want the fluid extractor. Which I only have an LV of. And it's not like I have LV turbines. I have an MV to LV. Could do some shenanigans, I guess. I guess I will. Never done this, but I'll have an HV to an MV to an LV. This could all probably be powered with one turbine, actually, maybe. No. No, it could. Probably could. Yeah, I think it could. Well, let me try to, for fun. So here's my fluid extractor. We're gonna extract this way. We're gonna do that. Then my apples, I just have a stack of apples now. So after it's brewed into biomass, it gets fermented. After it gets fermented, it gets distilled. That is... Oh, that's a... Okay, never mind. It's fine. After it's distilled, it's good to go and can go wherever. Um, Additionally, there will be I guess the saplings need to go into these. That's kind of important. Whoops. Um, I'll just say extract on black, round robin, insert on black. There we go. Let me grab a barrel. Okay. So you are an LV machine, so you need LV power. You are high volt, and you are high volt. And then you need MV. You need MV. Well, I'm only doing that because of the light. That's right. Okay, so you need to do that. And then for this MV one, that is the wrong spot. Okay, that's not a great start. So I think the best thing is here. It goes down into this wire. That wire goes into this transformer. And my wire cutter's freaking broke. Oh my god. Can I just build this thing, dude? Let me just build it. And then we do this. So there we go. This is facing south, so it gets a high voltage and then MV out. MV goes in all this. This is facing south, so it gets an MV and then LV out. These two are MV machines. These two are HV. And this one is a fluid extractor LV. So that should be fine. I would like to use bronze pipes. I don't want to just switch to potent like this, man. In my main base. Whatever. Don't explode. Okay. If it exploded, it probably would have been right there. So that's going quick. The first one's activated. So I'm supplying 512 volts. These are using 100 of it. This is using 8. I think this works though. So there's fermented. It gets fermented into fermented biomass, and then in the distillery, oh, I need to set it. So I want ammonia, so I'm gonna put it on 5. There we go. I forgot about this. So that I can combine with fruit juice. In a brewery. To get biomass. I could make it work where it just does one of them. I think the answer is why not, actually. So we'll say south, we'll say extract magenta. And we'll just change this one to magenta instead. The mulch can go in there. This could get clogged, theoretically, if this got full of mulch. And this didn't run enough times, and this was running fast enough. I think it's okay. There we go, we have ammonia. I forgot to say fluid auto output. And then this, I guess, doesn't have... There we go. I guess that's good now then. Alrighty, there's my ammonia done. Through this method. I should be okay on that mulch. I'll just check it once. Okay. Yep, I ran twice, now there's 2 in there. This is more than half full, and I'm actually like half full on mulch. How much does this need to run? 500. It's about to run too, so I'm good. Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah, for this one with distilled water, it's 16. There we go. It went down. Yeah. Excellent. I don't feel the best today. Okay. Wish there was a way to see like what quests unlock, because I'm sure something requires indium, like this quest, but I don't know what. And I don't think it's anything just on this page. Indium. Oh, I can do the always draw implicit dependency. Yeah, but nothing's on it. And the thing is, I can go to something else and it might. I don't know. Wonder what like the messiest looking pages with this on is. Well, that was pretty bad. That's kind of bad. Yeah. I can't just buy the. Yeah, plastic. I was gonna try to just buy it. PTFE and stuff, because that would be helpful. No. Okay, so that's that platinum problem solved. So now I need to combine ammonia with hydrochloric acid, which is like instant apparently. You just do it and then it's done. That must be a thing in real life where it just automatically reacts with each other. HCl and plus NH3. Wow. NH4Cl, I could have guessed that. Okay. What else do I need? I need like some cells. I need to kickstart. One thing I actually need to do is I need to kickstart the aqua. So I need some nitric acid and hydrochloric acid. Just good to go. Um, how much would all of this make? That's gonna be like way too much. I don't want to make too much. How much am I doing at once? I'm doing 18. So I only really need 36 probably. Probably or so. I finished the ammonia. So I just have an Ender IO conduit pumping in, not pumping, but pushing apples and oak saplings. These apples I put in a fluid extractor. I get mulch, but I get fruit juice, which you can't see, but it's in here. This fruit juice is just a better recipe in breweries, so you can see like it's 20 to 30. And that's true with the saplings too. It's 100 to 150. And otherwise, if I just used water, it would be 100 to 100. So I'm just getting more, and I have no use for the apples, so I might as well do it. And then with that mulch, I'm also combining it with fruit juice here. Um, and then all of the biomass gets fermented here into fermented biomass, which gets distilled into fertilizer and ammonia. So the ammonia I'm just collecting for now, and I'll be using that in the platinum. And then the fertilizer I'm also just collecting right now. I could just add one conduit here and then just do a little bit of configuring over there and add a chest. And then push it back into like my oak production and stuff. I think I want to just stockpile it though for now until there's a crop I would want to actually push it to. Like, there's tear stalks which make gassed tears, which you can make salt water and chlorine with. That's pretty useful, so I would want to fertilize those probably because I know those are incredibly slow from when I was getting them. And I don't have a lot of chlorine, so like that's way more beneficial than speeding up my wood production that I already have a surplus of and everything. And I'm outpacing using the saplings, apples, and the wood over there. There's no point in fertilizing it and making it faster. So now I'm gonna continue working on the platinum a little bit. I need a kickstart. Well, one thing I need to do actually, before I really do this, is I need to make more gas turbines. Because I'm out. That was one thing I forgot to actually craft. But I need these cells to kickstart my aqua regia here, which is self-sustaining, and I get back the nitric acid and the hydrochloric acid. Like after I process the platinum, I get these back perfectly, and I never have to input these things. But obviously it has to start somewhere, so I'll go put in these cells. um, and then after I get the turbines, though, I'll continue working on this. There's a handful of things that I'll just be collecting and not using yet because it's not useful until IV at least. And by that point, I might be in a different base, so there's no point in building it if I don't need it until IV, and then I'm gonna have to rebuild it. Why do I like wasting my cells so much? I don't know. Well, actually, um, because like you mentioned, like you would only need double the cells to make the process run every time, but these kept running out of cells. It would be like one of these would just be empty, and because I tried doing the minimum cells and I was like, this is a case where it would actually be fine. So in this example, I use the same amount of nitrogen in this. This is making ammonia. So I use 1 nitrogen each time this runs. And this is set on round robin, so 1 should be going back in each of these. But what happens, like with this one, you can see it's full of ammonia. So this one stops running. And when this one stops running, for some reason, because of GregTech pipes, I don't really get it, you can see that that one's the only full one. And then these 3 don't have any. And this one in particular has a bunch of ammonia. And I don't really get it. But anyway, this one stops running. These ones continue running. The nitrogen cells clog up in here. And then these don't have any cells. And then I come in and look, and these 3 aren't running, and this is the only one with any cells in it. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I know. But in this example, this recipe's so slow, and the nitrogen cells get output out so much, you would only need double it. But if I took out all the cells and just had 2 in each of these, then it would get clogged and stop running, and then I wouldn't be producing enough nitric oxide, and then I wouldn't be producing enough down the line, all the way to nitrobenzene. And it's really annoying. I don't know how to fix it other than they each have their own Ender IO line, which I could do. I could mostly separate this and then just connect it to the nitrogen one by itself, and then they each have their own color somehow going into their own fluid canner or their own tank or their own thing or something. But with the setup, I'm telling you, like, they stop running. Because one just hogs all the cells if it isn't running. And I don't know why this one gets full. Like, why does this one have 27,000 and then these ones don't? Why this one in particular? Yeah, there is an Ender IO fluid pipe. And I use it for just these thirsty tanks. They abide by gravity, so you can't go up. Maybe you could if you had a pump. But I don't know. I don't think they would help in this. Do you have any idea why? I understand why every single one on this side is clogged. It's because this one just isn't running with how these pipes are set up over here. This one doesn't need to run. And all this is totally fine because I'm my chemical plant, like, I'm at a surplus. So I'm not complaining about this really. But how come these 3 have nothing stored? This one can successfully output over and over again. And then this one just... Oh, it's maintaining. I don't know why that one has more, though. But what happens, though, is one of them gets full and then all the cells. So that's why I like to waste my cells, though. In this case, actually, I forgot. I was going to calculate it and see how much I actually needed, because how much I put in here is actually way too much. So, and it will literally just clog it, I think, possibly. So, let's see. I want 36 kiloliters of it. Now I'm running 2 machines doing this, though, both of these. So I want 72 kiloliters total, and the system is enough, I think. Or would I want more? I'm inputting them as a fluid, right? Yeah. So it wouldn't really evenly get distributed. How much am I saying? 72. So when it's using 36, there would be 36 left over. So I would want for 14 more than what I said, and I said 72. So if I had 86 units of it, that would be good, and it wouldn't get, and there would be no problems. So I'll just round it up to 88 because this gets made in batches of 4. So if I want 88, I need 22 of this. And then I need 66 then of this. There we go. I actually, in this case, I actually didn't want to put in all those. I forgot, though, too. But I know I do waste cells. Honestly, I'll just throw those in there for now. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Oh, the turbines, that's right. So I need turbines for, like, all these machines. There's no EV machines, I'm pretty sure. I have a lot of steel rotors, I have a lot of machine hulls, I have a lot of motors, I have a lot of cables, so I have everything. I can make 23 and that would use everything. I think I only need like 5 probably for this at most. So I'll just make 5 and then I'll make those for the future. I just want to save some materials in case I need stuff. I can go in there. One thing I need is more HV to MVs. And that recipe I think uses these small coils. I always forget. Yes. I want to just make a few of those too. I'm out of machine hulls. MVs. That's great. There we go. Yeah, I can. Let me just go over there, and then I'll do it. I should have brought more materials, and I don't know why I just brought this. Here, just give me a second. I want those. I need potent pipes because I'm out of everything else. I'll take some tiny lead ones to use too. HVs. Item filters. And then I need barrels for sure, and then I'll take these barrels too. Okay. Yeah, when I started looking at it, I thought it would be the horrible monster that people say it is, but the EV one is pretty straightforward. And you can see, like, I need platinum for these data orbs and stuff, and I need it for a lot of things later in the tier, I'm pretty sure, so, or maybe just early next tier. So I need to set this up now. And then the IV plat lines, that whole mess. But just for now, so I make this aqua regia here, with nitric acid and hydrochloric acid. And then I mix this aqua with the platinum, which I think I unmarked it on accident. Yeah, here in the chemical reactor. And I don't get this, well, I'll talk about that in a second. So I mix the aqua with the platinum metallic powder dust, which is impurified platinum. Out I get platinum concentrate and tiny pile of platinum residue dust, which I'll ignore. So with the platinum concentrate, you put it in a cell in a centrifuge with ammonium chloride, and you get a ton of stuff out. And notably, you get nitrogen dioxide and hydrochloric acid. You get 2 parts dioxide, 6 parts the hydrochloric acid, which is enough to make the aqua regia, which used 3 in 1. So it replenishes that completely with those cells right there. You also get this palladium. I think that's how you say it. I can't remember. That is pretty much useless to me right now. So I'm going to be collecting it. I get tiny pile of platinum salt dust. This I can turn into platinum salt dust, which I can sift through to have a 10% chance a bunch of times to get refined platinum salt dust, which I can EBF to get the starting platinum as well as some chlorine back that went into it, basically. And then still looking at this final step. So, like I said, this is the one where you EBF to get some chlorine back. This is useless to me, and I'll just be stocking it. This right here is the actual platinum. So that's I think it's a tiny dust. So I make it large, and then I mix it with calcium. I get 2 platinum out as my final thing, and then I get calcium chloride out, which you can see I put in 1 calcium to get 3 calcium chloride. The 3 calcium chloride I electrolyze to get 1 calcium, so I'm not losing any calcium. And then I also get more chlorine. So that chlorine can be used in this is like a very confusing cycle, but that chlorine can be used in making the ammonium chloride that I need in the step in like one of the largest steps, I guess. That can be used in making the hydrochloric acid. The ammonia I'm producing over there, so I'll be fine on that. So that can be used in the hydrochloric acid. And then also in this very, very, very first step, I brushed over this tiny pile of platinum residue dust. This I can make it into a large dust, and then I put it through an EBF with molten potassium disulfate, and this is stuff that does not matter at all right now. So I won't be doing this, I'll just be stockpiling the tiny dust basically. But once I have that, this gets me like iridium and stuff. Yeah, iridium metal residue dust, and you have to do a ton of things to that. That's all in the next tier, so I don't need any of that. So that's basically it. I think it's easier to probably see through my machine setup. So here I input the platinum, as well as that aqua regia. I'm going to get out platinum concentrate. That's what I care about, at least. I need to put that, I have to put it in a cell. And then that goes into these centrifuges. In the centrifuge, it gets mixed with ammonium chloride, which I'm going to be producing. I get out the nitrogen dioxide and the hydrochloric acid that I used on the aqua regia. Those will just get moved into this mixer here. Or you can see actually I get out the nitrogen dioxide, not the nitric acid. So for that, I'll have to actually put it in the chemical reactor to get the nitric acid. I'll be adding oxygen and water to it down here, and then outputting the nitric acid up into the mixer. And then that fluid will go into here again. How do I get metallic power? So it's kind of rare from mining. This is like this is even in the end game, you have to obtain this to get platinum, from my understanding. You get it from iridium ore, which is probably on like tier 7 planets, so like way down the line. This is how I'm mostly getting it, from nickel. So I get it from the Twilight Forest. You can see it has a 10% chance and then an 11% chance if I follow the standard ore processing line that I usually do, which is macerator, ore washing, macerator, centrifuge. When I get to the macerator and the centrifuge at the end, I have a chance to get it. But instead, after I crush it, I put it in the chemical bath right here with mercury, and I have a 70% chance. So I'm using mercury instead of just energy. You can see I have it right here. Like I have a tank that's currently empty, of course. But then it gets mixed with the nickel as well as other ores because they have useful byproducts. So like copper gives me a 70% chance for a gold instead of the 10 and then 11, which I would otherwise have. And this is why I have no copper, by the way, because this isn't running. But to get the mercury, I need redstone or cinnabar, which is from the redstone vein. And I'm actually getting low on redstone, kinda. Let me just fill these up real quick, though. There we go. Okay, anyway. That's how I'm mostly getting it, from nickel. And then I'm also, there's platinum ore, which is very rare, I think, and then meteoric iron, which is on the moon, and that's very small amounts. This, which is on some planet, I think, Mythor ore. Yeah, I think that's the only way I'm getting it, is pretty much that. And then, like, other very miscellaneous things. I think through centrifuging something, maybe. I can get it from centrifuging in stone. I have a 25% chance. It takes a long time, but I would be getting some. I also get tungsten, which is very useful, and helium, which I don't really have any other ways to get. So that's actually like pretty good, but you can see I get it from moonstone dust. And when I was on the moon, I collected a lot of blocks. Ran this a lot because I get tungsten from it, but I also got some platinum. But the main way I get it is through the nickel. I have thought about it. Oh, I could get redstone. That would be because I thought about it because I needed gold really bad, and now I have 5,000, and I barely need it, and now I actually need the redstone part. I have thought about it though. If you look here, I have a ton of this electrotine, which I need for blue alloy, because blue alloy bolts are used in the EV circuits. So I need this, but I can centrifuge it to get redstone and electrum. And electrum is, oh, electrum's gold and silver, not redstone. But that would be another way to get gold, silver, and a redstone. And if you look, I have 15,000 of it, so that's a lot. Now the thing is though, from a redstone vein, I get 10 crushed for each ore. So I get a ridiculous amount from just mining it once. I just haven't done it in a while. And I'm not really low. I have 6,000 of it, and that's actually quite a lot. It's just I need even more. Or soon I will have to go get more. I think that's pretty much the platinum line though. I do think I might do that though at some point. That'd be useful in the redstone, and then that's just another thing I don't have to go mine, so. There's so many things though that like you can do and you can automate. And then sometimes I feel dumb for like not having something automated, but it's just there's so much to do that you kind of have to pick, and you kind of have to just work at it slowly. Can't just do everything at once. But I have this backpack, which is an adventure backpack or something from the adventure mod. And then I have this compressed chest here, which when I put items in it, it stores it like a shulker box. I kind of want another one of these. I don't need it yet, but I also have smaller backpacks too. When I went to the moon, I put them in this compressed chest and had like 5 backpacks that could store more stuff. I feel like you could probably make some like infinite item holding thing, and that would probably make the game, at some point that would probably crash the game and make you never be able to open the world again. Oh, these are not high voltage. These are low voltage, or medium voltage. Oh, this is what I wanted to say though about the platinum. This is the very first step where you put in the platinum metallic powder dust, which is just the raw platinum. And it uses 2 of the fluid to get 2 out. And normally 1 makes a 1/9 of the next step. And you can see how long it takes, 12.5 seconds. But look at this recipe then. In this recipe, it uses basically 10 times the fluid. You get the same amount of fluid out, just like this one. The 9 make 1 part, just like how 1 made a 1/9. So it's the same ratio there. And then you use a purified ore, and it's just gone. So then, if all the numbers are the exact same, and I don't know why you would want to do it, then the only thing would be if there's an energy discount. So is there even an energy discount? There's not, because this is 10 times longer, nearly. Or is it 9 times exactly? 9. Oh, there might be like a 5-second discount, or I just can't do it. I'll multiply it real quick. All the numbers in this game slowly make me forget how to do math. No, it's the same time. There's no time discount. There's no energy discount. I don't understand why you would ever do this. You get the same thing out. I don't know why you would ever do this. I don't get it. And it uses more, the only difference where the ratios are different is this uses more fluid. This uses over 10 times, but you get the same amount out. Oh, that's why it's better. That's right. I stared at this forever. I couldn't understand it, but that's right, because you would want platinum concentrate really bad, and 1 piece makes 2,000. But on this one, 9 pieces makes over 20,000. So 1 would make 18 if you did this 9 times, but 1 makes something over 18,000 by a little bit, but then you're wasting this ore. So then the question is any of this ore useless enough to do? And currently the answer is absolutely not. So yeah, it's just, I think this recipe is pretty stupid. I guess you do get a little bit more. I guess you could do chalcopyrite. So and you just lose copper, iron, and sulfur, and instead get a little bit more platinum. That's probably useful way later, but for now, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I would see why I would want to do that way later. Also, I ran out of bronze pipes, and I made a ton of potent, because I'm using potent now for everything. But I haven't switched. I don't need to switch any of this. This benzene has such a high energy density, it doesn't matter. So I don't need to switch these to potent, at least yet. So I just think it looks ugly. Okay, these need power. I'm gonna change this a little. I'm gonna move this here. And then make this insert on red like it was. And then you also need this item filter. Hydrochloric acid goes in here, that's correct. And then you need an item filter for nitric acid, which I guess I just haven't done. Okay, so now when these centrifuges run, which they run when I put in the platinum concentrate fluid, I get out nitrogen or no, it's supposed to be dioxide. I get out nitrogen dioxide and hydrochloric acid, which then go out on red. The hydrochloric acid goes into the mixer as it should, and then the nitrogen dioxide goes into the chemical reactor to turn back into the nitric acid. Okay. So that's good. With this new power set up here, I'll do this to a transformer. To a turbine. And I need more potent pipes. And then my first recipe in this is gonna run, which is this, which is very quick. So that needs to go into these, and then do those output a fluid and an item. The item's easy. The fluid needs to go into these centrifuges. Or no, it doesn't. It needs to go into a tank. Let me grab a tank. Let me grab a few. I'll just grab all of them, and I'll grab the super tanks too. I'm gonna need those. I think I actually have the capability to automize most of this here right now. So this can get pumped into there. I don't have a lot of options. I'm gonna run out of faces on him. I think I will. Where did the cells go in, by the way? Oh, when the concentrate gets made. That's right. They all go into there? Yeah. I'll just do this and then. say fluid auto output there. Alright, now we do a connection. Now when you're done with those, we'll extract on white, and we'll insert on white here. And then with the cells filled with the platinum concentrate, they go into there, right? Yep, into the centrifuges. So then we'll just say extract on yellow. We'll insert on yellow, insert on yellow, and then I'll hit round robin on these. So now I need to get this fluid over. What fluid do I get out of that? Something useless? Do you have a fluid going in? I think so, right? Yeah. Do something like that. Okay. Do something just similar over here. Alright. So now these can actually run. And we can see how that goes. It needs 18,000 around the first time, right? Yeah. So this is the recipe I'm doing. Okay. That'll take a minute. So the platinum residue dust I get is useless for now. That can then just be extracted on cyan. There we go, my first one through. You can see the platinum concentrate goes into here. The cell fills it, and then it gets distributed into a centrifuge. And then here, I'll have a barrel with an insert on cyan. And then put my pan down. There we go. So I'm collecting that. Yeah, I'm turning it into platinum concentrate. Okay. In the centrifuge step, I mix the concentrate cells, which I have, and ammonium chloride. And then I'm gonna have a lot of that probably, so I'll have a super tank. Now I need to mix it. Now I need to mix ammonium chloride with it. I have a destination for that already. Those two things I do not have a destination for. Tiny platinum salt dust will get its own barrel. Now that I should probably turn into, or that I might process. I'm on the edge on this because there's no reason not to do this. It gives me some chlorine back, but I need a whole EBF is the thing. So I think for now I'm not gonna. I'll say insert on red. Otherwise, we insert on red on this barrel, which will be the actual continuation of this. This needs to be packaged or somehow auto craft. And I honestly have absolutely no idea the best way to do it. Does this just work? I don't know, because there hasn't been a quest about it. I've never set one up like this. Or I could put it in a packager. And then for these tiny piles, I really should do the same thing. I guess maybe I can just have them go to the same one and then get sorted there. I don't think I can have them go to the same one actually. Unless I have this chest buffer set up like how this one is. How do I get these? I get it from having a schematic. How do I get a schematic? Oh, just from MV circuits. Okay. That's kind of the next step. So what's the first thing? I need a chemical reactor. Let me make a packager then right now then. Here's one. I can take this. I don't have any robot arms. I have chests. Let me make a robot arm then. Let me make a few. Rods. cables and circuits. Let me see if I've learned the recipe yet. It's this. Wow, I learned it. I want a few. And then I need an MV, and I don't have an MV one, man. Really? These are all going in the bending. I need, honestly, all my aluminum needs to. So that's ridiculous. Then I need to make some real quick, I guess. So little side quest. Need copper cables. There's some more. And then I only need one, so there we go. There we go. Then I also need a schematic, which I get from having a thing, so I need aluminum and 2 MV circuits. I wonder what else you can do with these schematics, if there's anything useful. Let me look when I get it. Crafts 9 items as 3x3. Oh, so that can be used for dust. Oh, it just does that crafting shape. So that is used for literally nothing. So I can make dust larger. And that's it for that one. Then the dust is for just the dust, but this can be used for a scrap box. And that's it. Okay. Well, I'll do a dust. Now I don't want to make 2. I need a chest buffer. And like move 1 item every second. There we go. Like so, and then like a circuit. There we go. And then I need a chemical reactor, and honestly, I'll just grab a couple because I have a feeling there's probably something I just don't remember. I don't need a fluid canner. Yeah, should be good other than that. Okay. So back in the base. I'm gonna change this. Insert on red. Let me copy the... That's the only one you have down, is that one. And then I think you use a screwdriver to configure the batches. Which that was batch... No, that wasn't anything. Uh... Okay, what do I want? Because I don't actually completely know. They're both tiny, of course. So I need to regulate it to 9. 9. Okay, now I don't touch it ever again. So now... I think that's good. And the reason I have it down here is because I think it needs to automatically input into it. The other one I didn't do that, and I had to use a different pipe because I couldn't use an Ender IO. And I think it's because the Ender IO was trying to pull 4 exactly. So it would just always pull that, and it just didn't work. So hopefully this will work. After it gets packaged, what do I do after they get packaged? This one I want to just stock for now. And then this one needs to go to its own area. So I'll just make that output there. So I can do it there. Insert on brown, no extraction, and then east we'll say extract on brown. And then we'll have one here of insert on brown as well. And then I'll just make sure that they're in the right order. From there, the only thing is the chlorine needs to flow back in after. So I have this, it goes into a chemical reactor, and then an electrolyzer. The only thing missing then now is this. So this I put in hydrochloric acid and ammonia. So ammonia I'll just have coming out of over there. Let me just put the MV right there. Connect like so. And then what is my output of this though? Is probably my only potential issue now. Or I guess I'm pumping in the ammonia. I didn't even look. This is actually the better recipe, luckily. I'm doing this one. This gets set to 1. The hydrochloric needs to be in a cell, and then just keep going back in that cell. This ammonium chloride gets output. Is my only thing. That needs to go into here. So I will just do this. I'd say fluid output. I think I changed both their faces, so. There we go. Okay. So the only thing I'm missing now is hydrochloric acid, oxygen, and water and DU as well. Let me grab some hydrochloric acid cells actually here. Hydrochloric acid cells. And then this is the recipe I'm using for this. It's just oxygen. Do that, and then I need to be pumping over water. Yeah, it's the closest is this, I think, really. Or this is distilled. Is there water in these? Nope. Yeah, just gotta move it in. Here's where the hydrochloric acid goes. Cool. The limiting thing right now is just the ammonium chloride then, because I don't have enough ammonia. But these are still going, right? Well, this one is. So that one's really not fast enough. And I get so little mulch. I don't think this is worth doing. So I think I need to set this one to black. Actually, just insert. Just go back to inserting on black, and then you can output magenta into an output barrel. Insert magenta here instead. So that's just not fast enough. That doubles it nearly. It is doubling it. you're just not on fluid auto output. Well, there you go. They both process. Well, that one processed it once. So that's a problem. I'll put a filter on it just for convenience. Only these tiny dusts can go in. Let's see if we get 9 out into here. $37. I'm down to, yep. This might actually, no, it's not too slow. So now all these are in the wrong place. Hydrochloric was just supposed to go into there, and then these are supposed to go into there. Come on, face the right way. Cool. Oxygen cells go into here. Then where do those cells go? I actually don't know. They're just supposed to feed into the platinum concentrate, I guess. Yeah. Well, the oxygen one needs to go to oxygen, though. Damn it. Now we have a problem. However, though, every other step is working. So. I think the next thing actually is probably just making U. So you need to go into a chemical reactor. I'm out of turbines. I need to add a new turbine. So we're going to say extract on white, insert on white. Nice. Now I need to put some calcium into here. I don't need a lot at all. Really, I need one, because of how slow everything else is. Calcium has its own chest, that's right. I'll put 10. I need more chemical reactors. I had a feeling I didn't have any more. Yeah, I'll just do all those. So then I'll have a lot. I desperately need rods, and I always forget why. And then I don't make them because I think I don't need them anymore, so I'm just gonna make a bunch. Make a ton. There we go. Now the chemical reactor. Some glass. Some cables. Man, my inventory is a mess right now. There we go. Okay. After it goes in here with some calcium. We get platinum and calcium chloride. So the platinum dust can get out, which is really funny. Now it's finally the get out time. So insert online. I won't yet though. We don't want an extract. Say extract on line. Now the calcium chloride. Oh, you go in an electrolyzer, damn it. Please. No. Really? MV circuits. Okay. That should be the only electrolyzer I need. Probably. I guess I might need it for some chemical or something. Anyway, you make chlorine. One electrolyte, so we'll just send the calcium back in, which is very easy to do. And then the chlorine. So that's just oxygen, so I don't care. The chlorine needs to go back for hydrochloric acid. So I can just have it here probably. Then we do this, we have you face this way. We have you put your output here. Okay. So if I'm doing it like this, then that's pretty obvious. I'll have this, so I can put a transformer here, 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 and then HV, and then a turbine. And then pipes. There we go. I guess that shouldn't be running yet. Thought it would be. Oh, it can. It's just had to have more platinum concentrate in it. So after this, it can run once. I think this needs a... It's gonna need that. There we go. There we go. Instantly done. One went into there, instantly calcium. And then this. Okay. Damn it. But holy cow, it worked. There's our platinum dust out. Oops. It says that there's problems with the... with the stream. I'm just gonna keep streaming though, I guess. It's fine. I'm dropping frames. My Wi-Fi is just having problems, I guess. My Ethernet. Okay, okay, anyway. We extract back on white on there. We'll have it face this way. Okay. We have it facing this way. Or no, that chlorine's just gonna immediately go right in here. That's right. So we'll put a chemical reactor here. Boom. So now that can be used for the hydrochloric acid. So you need some water to run. That's kind of a pressing issue now. Nothing over here uses water, huh? Nothing. This is kind of a close water source. And then there's just this. Why did I use that? I don't know. Let me suction off this one, I guess. We're saying red. Or, shoot, what did I just do? No, I want to insert down. There we go. And we'll have it come up right here like so, and in. There we go. Right now this isn't going anywhere, which is fine. Okay. So there's some water. Now these need to be put, this has to be put in the cells. The issue is, you can see I have 18, 12 need to be put, need nitric acid. And then the other 6 need to go to oxygen. So I think the way that I do this is I extract on a new color. And 1 goes to the nitric acid tank and then into there. That about makes sense. So where's the nitric acid? Oh, it's right here, obviously. So just have a tank there. Fluid auto output into this tank. Then I need a tank with oxygen. This is where the problem starts to arise of I don't have any thing over here. I need oxygen and I need hydrogen. And that's it. And chlorine. Hydrogen, oxygen, and chlorine. And I wrote it on a sign here. Let me double check before I lay down pipes. Okay, the nitrogen, hydrogen, don't matter. Oxygen, 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 and oxygen. Okay, oxygen and chlorine for sure. And what do I need the hydrogen for? I just need to confirm I need it. Hydrochloric acid. How else would I be getting that? Okay, hydrogen, oxygen, and chlorine. So, where do I get it from? I have infinite at my power generation, basically. So I could just be pulling it from there, but the problem is if I then attach it to something a little bit crazier, I'm gonna have problems. But that can be in the future. So chlorine needs to come from here. I don't know. I don't have any other way of getting it right now. I have actual hydrochloric acid over here, as well as hydrogen. So I think that this is actually the point where I just want to have a centralized thing. Now, before I do it real quick, I know the oxygen here needs to be in a cell. Hydrochloric acid has to be in a cell, or I get it out in the cell, so that's not a problem, but here it is. And here the hydrogen has to be. Or no. Or wait, what happens here? Oh, this might be a stupid recipe. Yeah, it definitely is. Or I can just set it to that thing. Just set it to 11. Just do that now. So that's not a problem. Okay, that's not a problem. So this has to be though over here. So, and that's the only case. Yeah. Yep. So let me just put that there for now. Let me empty my inventory mostly. Grab some pipes. I'll need those, but I need this the most, and I don't have any aluminum plates. And this is why I wanted them earlier, actually. Please tell me I left some in there. Oh my god, man. Okay. Then these pumps, and then the actual pump. Do I need 5 more? Yep. And then pumps, though. Yeah, I don't just have pumps. So there we go. That's pretty good, though, anyway. That's 21 of them. So, now, I quite enjoy this, I feel like. None of these are set to void. So, here's what I'm thinking. This is pretty much just ores being processed. Over here is some hydrogen being made and refined glue, yippee. So I think I have a main area for all of these fluids. And I keep these tanks here for if there is a problem of supply. If I'm centralizing them, I have these 4. 1 there, 1 there, 2 there. Basically, okay, so 2. Let me count up how many fluids I got. and I want to keep 2. So like hydrogen, like I wouldn't make that all into something. I have refined glue, so that's 2. I have hydrochloric acid, I would keep it that way. More than likely. Hydrogen, I'm going to keep it that way, obviously. So that's 3 fluids. Then I have 4, 5, 6. 6 fluids. And then over here I have nitrogen, that's always full. Oxygen, that's always full. And technically that other stuff. I could pull some of it into my base. Now the benzene is barely going up, so that means I'm barely making enough. Now these distillation towers, if I had another, I'd be making more. And I could pull more of these fluids to actually use. So I guess just I'm thinking, what is the strategy here? Of what do I want to actually pull in? And it's probably going to be whatever I pull from over there is going to be what I always run out of. Which I don't know what it is, so I don't know. So with these pipes, I would like to just go down. Because I think it will look cool. So now the question really just is, where do I want to take these? I'm really leaning towards moving them all here somehow. Maybe I could have like a fluid wall. What if I did like... This is probably too small. This is where my chest is, so it makes sense naturally with how I play. Could do this. I'm gonna do that. Now I do think I do have some power stuff set up here. Yeah, there we go. Oh shoot. That looks all kind of weird. Oops. I do think I'll actually have it lower though anyway, but I'll do that in a bit. Right now I'm just excavating and checking out how cool I did the pipes. Wow. So this is supposed to be a dedicated nitrobenzene tank. For just, the only thing that this powers is the EBF, this over here, and my vacuum freezer. I don't think I really need it anymore. I did it because of... I do kind of need it. I don't really want to see it, I think is what I mean. Obviously, all these pipes will need to move too. How about I do like... And then that puts the lights here and here. And then I guess if I wanted to continue these, I would put it here and here, which is really nice. And lights it up good, so... Damn creepy noise. And I would... You know, that would be concrete. I don't think I have any more of this light concrete. Yep. And how do I get this? Wet concrete and a fluid solidifier? I thought I had a bunch. I have molten concrete. Or it says it's fine. Well, let me make it into blocks then. So probably shouldn't do all of it, huh? For when I need it for stuff. Let me do these once so I just have a stack. That's fine. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that works. And then also out here, let me just go place this, because a lot of this is just unfinished. First, I'll just do this, even though I don't really need to. And then finish this walkway, if I can. I think I can. No. Oh my god. I just smelt it. There, that looks so much better now that I finally fixed that. Okay. Alright, done with that for now. So, this needs to be moved. And then these need to still be getting power. And I'm actually almost out of aluminum to process, and I keep running out of it, so... Oh, look at that. Convenient. Okay, that's fine. But what I was gonna say is, I'll just turn that off for now, so we're not actually running out of power, possibly. This needs to move. It can move to here. Good. Probably. As for this, I'm thinking well, I don't want any of that, actually. Obviously, I don't want this. So as for this, I need space for all the other fluids coming in here. Let me actually mine out like an auxiliary area. Hopefully I can. That's as far as I can go over there. Okay. And this should be the same here. Yep. And here I can go back a little bit farther, which I think means this way's the place for the fluids that have more ins and outs. Okay, I can go back way farther. Do it to the light. Okay. I still think all I'll display is whatever space I get here, though. So let me break all that, except you can stay. Okay. Then do it to here too. And then do potent because I ran out. Bronze again. And there's the nitrobenzene madness fix. And then let me just go look at you. You are good. Okay. 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 So that's all the nitrobenzene. Now, I can set up this area a little bit. So I want a lot of storage of oxygen, hydrogen. I don't think nitrogen. Hydrogen and oxygen so far. I could do sulfuric acid and polyethylene, but I think I'll just leave them over here. So let me just start with oxygen, I guess, and see how I want to do this. So what I'm thinking is I have a wall like this for oxygen. It's probably my most important thing. I'll have them go like this, and then the potent like this. So if you look, it goes that way, 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 that way. Now, these all need to be on these two modes. None of these I want to void at all. Okay. Hydrogen. I also want a lot of, so that could go like here. Do I want all of that space for it? Don't really think. How much do I have? I've literally never used this at all, I think. And I only have that much when oxygen's filled up so much faster. That has quite a lot, but that should like never run again for a very long time. If ever. This has a lot. For how little it's run. I would say this is good and it will just fill up and it'll be fine. So I'll do this, this, this. And I'll just do in the back. Then we do this, 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 this. I don't want to use all my tanks here on stuff, so that's why I was just being hesitant to give this its whole own pipe and stuff. So here's the in and here's the out. So now I have one. I would like some chlorine storage. Don't really care about fluorine, but I'll give it its own. So I'll say one for fluorine. One for glue, of course. Those are both over here. I'll just put them here and here then. And they have nowhere to go, so they're just gonna be like that. Let me get some signs. I'll sign up some stuff. So I'll say fluorine. Is that how you spell it? Possibly. UOR. Yeah. And then refined glue. And then this is oxygen. This one's the input. I'll put it on that one. And then this one's the input, so I'll put it on this one. Hydrogen. I need a hydrochloric acid one. I'm thinking to match this. It can be here probably. Hydrochlor. There we go. There we go. Nice. Then I should do one here. I feel like that's the most important things. The only thing I'm missing. Oh, chlorine. Forgot chlorine. Is nitrogen. And I produce it one place. And it goes nowhere else other than right there. So, of course I can add on to this, so. Chlorine. I'll do it here, because it's easier. And that gets 2. There we go. And for the walls, I think I can just do the thing. That'll look good. For this chest, I think it would be really good right here. But before I break it, I would like to drop off all my materials. Okay. And then the quest gets complete. Cool. Burning the carbon. Wow. So this can turn back on. Great. So now it's actually doing it. I'm going to shift them all over one once I get down there. And then I keep them one block above you. Like in that row. Should be all the space I need. Start with you. This song's fire, by the way. I think this is a Greg Tech only song or something. So I swear I've never heard this before. It plays too frequently, somehow. So, which makes me think it's modded, too. So it's just weird. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay, so oxygen, hydrogen, chlorine, and that. So chlorine needs to go, has to go this way. There's no other way to get to this destination. You go into there. That worked great. Okay. Oxygen and hydrogen. Yeah, this is the problem part. So, here, I need to break it, and then this stupid pipe here, man. I knew it. I almost broke like 10 blocks and placed that way lower. I should have. Do this. I just want to keep them as high as possible. I can't actually get this guy over, right? No. Okay, in that case, let me just bring this one down then more. Well, that's not allowed anyway. I don't want that. Damn, man. Of course, I just have to cross both these pipes, man. And this stupid nitrobenzene pipe pissing me off. I start with doing this. This is my hydrogen. There we go. And the nitrogen one is done, except that connection. Yeah. I'm going to put some torches down here too. Okay. Cool. Now the oxygen tanks need all fill. I'm definitely... I don't need to do that at all. Why would I do that? Why would I have to do that? So I'm gonna make this one flooring. Yeah, there's no way over there now. Unless I dig the freaking tunnel. Okay, Okay, there we go. Anyway, chlorine. Oh, chlorine's good, oxygen's good, hydrogen's good. Oh, I didn't notice everything was good then. Okay, cool. These signs need switched now. Find glue and fluorine. Oh, that was the problem. That's right. I just need to like make this pipe wrap. Huh. How the hell do I do this? That did not work, and I was crouching, so. I'm just gonna break this. Okay. Well, same problem here. I'll leave that wall open for now. Okay. Then I'm just gonna clean this up. I was like, why did I have a light in me still? I don't know what to do right here. I guess I just don't have a light. What do mobs spawn at? 9 or 7? I think it's 7. I'm gonna look it up. Oh, in new Minecraft it's different, but I guess, but it says 7 or lower, so I'm fine. Okay. I'll be okay without that one. Why is this not running? Oh, it's because I'm out. Yeah. Okay. So, I've gotten this done, which is great. No, it is not done. I've only attached those. I need to attach the hydrogen, the refined glue, yippee. Honestly, I'm not even gonna attach that. Hydrochloric acid and acid from over here, though, sure. I'm not even gonna bother with this one, actually. That'll be fine doing that. Oh, I'm being limited by the pipe, by the pump rate of the tank now. This is great, so I'm gonna be wrapping up now. Got a lot done today. Platinum line thing is almost done. I've got a lot of miscellaneous things done too, which is really the accomplishment. And it's nice having the platinum almost done. So now let me just do this too, actually. Instead of platinum dust in here. Actually, I do not have enough storage for all that. So for now, we'll just go into that chest, but yeah. And hopefully I can be stocking up on a lot of that ammonia. I mean, I'm getting a lot of fertilizer, so at some point that will get full, then my recipes will stop. So, am I stocking up on it? A little bit. I can run it 8 times. That's the problem, it's just I don't have, it's a problem over here. It's just these don't do it fast enough, of course. But I don't think I need this to... I think I kind of do need it to run faster than it's gonna be. So I might have to actually be pulling that actual ammonia too, which sucks. Or I can just make it here, which requires pulling nitrogen and hydrogen here, which sucks, so... We'll see. For now, I'm really happy with this power balance and everything going on with this. Just gonna check it out. Yeah, it's basically all good, so. Alright. I got a lot done today. Tomorrow, I'll finish the plat line. Here's that song again, I like. I'll finish the plat line. Hold a stack of any plat line dust to skip to the end of that chain. So I could just hold whatever and it would work. Like this stuff. But this isn't that bad for EV. This is the most complicated line. Next was titanium, but titanium is just these. Oh, it's these machines too, and those, and then this. And it was very cyclical, with the only input being carbon and the actual titanium rutile dust, so. Might as well bring this over to smelt. I literally don't have an output big enough to hold all of it, but it's okay. And let me do this too before I stop so I don't forget tomorrow. I'm just gonna put in all of this aluminum. Does that fit? Yeah, cool. And now that can start going. 2. Okay, well I made pretty good progress today. I guess I'll wrap this up tomorrow too, a little bit more. I'll probably just do that connection, or this, to get the hydrochloric acid and the hydrogen. And then, I don't know, because I'm getting chlorine out, I want to be making the hydrogen. Yeah, I definitely want to just make the hydrochloric acid over here, so I'll just be moving hydrogen over then, purely. It's just, I was thinking maybe not doing that because I have so much hydrochloric acid right here, but I'll just hold on to it. Okay, yeah, that's it for today. Alright.